We are live. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the 4-hour write-in here on our channel. The other day we were over on the NaNo channel. And for those of you that have come over from there, welcome, welcome. We are so excited to have you. The 4 hours we're all really excited for because it's a little more chill. We have a little more time to chat, say how NaNo's going, answer your questions. If you have writing questions, please feel free to throw that in the chat. Let's do a little check-in today and just say how things are going, what's going on with your project. So I have Kaylin first on my right here. How are things going this morning or today?
Well, they're going.
The afternoon.
Not this morning.
I don't know. Like as far as NaNo goes, I think the past couple of days I've definitely hit my stride. I've been very distracted so far this month and have not met my word count goals each day. So I am going for half the month, half the goal of 30,000 because I kind of started fresh yesterday during our write-in over on the NaNo channel. So I'm really excited to kind of get a bulk of things started today and boost up that momentum again.
Awesome. Megan, what about you?
Nice. Feeling pretty good. I'm maybe like 5,000 words behind. I am nanoing rebelliously though, and I'm doing revisions and still going by word count in the revisions because they're pretty significant edits that I'm having to do. I'm overhauling a lot of things and it hurts, but in a good way. So yeah, I'm about 5,000 behind, but I've been kind of mentally anticipating getting ahead in this chat. So
nice. Well, you got
getting
time.
caught up.
Yeah. Kelly, what about you?
I'm kind of the opposite of Kaylin. Like I lost my stride in the last few days. I was pretty well, like my graph looked really nice. And then it just, the last three, like I wrote 3 days ago, but never entered it. And then wrote like 4 words the day after that. And then no words the day after that. So I never entered any of it. So I think officially I'm like 3K behind. So today goes well. I think I can get caught up by like tomorrow or Tuesday, but we'll see how that goes.
What about you, Kyra?
I am doing pretty well. I am a day or two ahead, so which is good because I always like
hair flip.
Well, no. It's good because I know like I hit like Thanksgiving and like get busy like hanging out with family and stuff. So I need to kind of be a little bit ahead going into the end of the month. So I feel good.
Awesome. I can't really say if I'm ahead or behind because I am also nanoing rebelliously, so I'm kind of all over the place, but I have started doing kind of little mini sprints just by myself at night because I usually do the thing where I know other people do where they put on something they've seen a million times like Friends or The Office or something and just have that in the background, and then I'll write for like 10 to 15 minutes just as like a little fun thing. And that's, I guess, catching me up slowly, although like I said, I'm not really keeping close track. Everybody in the comments, please feel free to let us know how everything is going, how your day is going, how your project is going. Kyra here is keeping an eye on the comments because I have voluntold her for the first hour.
It's easier now. Like I can see them pretty well because like on the NaNo channel, we couldn't see them in our chat box.
Yeah.
Plus things moved so quickly there, whereas here it's a little more on regular speed. So
there are a lot of people here. We're really glad you're all here.
We have some questions too. This is a good one from VL Ponza. How do you combat boredom? Like when you're getting tired of writing your NaNo projects?
Add a dragon.
Add a dragon.
Add a dragon. That was such a fast reply.
She has experience doing this.
Done. Question over. No, I know for me, when I start to get bored, I'm usually in that moment where I'm just trying to connect 2 major points. I'll just jump to the next point that I actually want to write to kind of keep the momentum going. And then, I mean, you can always jump back later and kind of fill in those gaps. But realistically, I feel like if you're getting bored in that moment, it's likely going to be like a scene that you're probably going to cut the next time anyway. So I just like to jump through to the next like big moment.
Like help you once you write the scene that you're trying to get to, having a better understanding of how that plays out will help you figure out the the more interesting pieces you need to get there, like
the build up,
better overall picture. Yeah.
Right.
And if you're having a hard time coming up with like a solution, or like the next thing that you used to be excited about writing also seems boring, what I usually do then is try writing in a different location. Like, could I go sit outside and write? Could I handwrite instead of write on my computer? Because sometimes it's not the story's problem that you're getting bored with it. It's just that, like, it's a lot of repetition, you know, sitting in front of your computer for an hour or 2 hours or 4 hours. And so sometimes just getting up and writing someplace different can help.
Yeah.
I also, I like to, like, if it's not even the project itself has kind of lost the magic or whatever, like, or like if I'm not stuck, but I'm just bored, I like to kind of try and remind myself, like, what were the things that I was excited about the project beforehand. So I'll go, like, find a playlist that I made, or find, like, I didn't do a Pinterest board this time, but if I've done a Pinterest board, or make a Pinterest board, or I, like, go to my writing group, these lovely people, and say, like, hey, tell me my writing is good, and then they do. Even when it's not.
It's so good. Do we want to start? We have a few people asking when the first one is. Do we want to start at the 10?
Let's do it.
Yeah. Okay, cool. We'll dive in pretty quick here. We're going to do 10 minutes to warm up, and I'm going to read off the first prompts. So for the first hour, our theme is writer buzzwords. And prompt number 1 is WIP or WIP. I don't know how you guys say it. Work in progress. Your character is also still a work in progress. They've been struggling with something, and in this scene, they slip up, falling back into an old familiar pattern. And I think Megan's going to be posting that somewhere, and we've got a timer. Right on.
Someone in the comments asked for the links to the, like, series Bible stuff that I mentioned in the Nano chat yesterday. So right when we start this sprint, I will put that stuff in the discussion section for you.
Official link poster. Okay, and we are at the 10. So let's go. And muting or not muting, totally up to you guys. This one, not one. You will hear the clickety clack. And time. How did everyone do?
Really well, actually. For an opening sprint, really well.
Awesome.
400.
I've got a bunch of screaming kids downstairs, so I'm sorry. I'm going to mute in and out.
I haven't heard anything yet, so. Please share in the comments how you did for this one, how it's going so far. Again, we have more time, and if you have any writing questions, we are happy to answer them in between sprints.
Yeah.
Whoa, all the comments came in at once.
Some good word counts for like just an opening sprint. So Brie got 309, 227 for Shaylee, 323 for another book lover. Headphone books got some eating done. That's also important. Yeah. I like that Megan gave me credit for that series Bible as if I had anything to do with it. We use it, but I add information to it. I didn't make it. I also want to give a shout out to Lindsay, who says she's got Star Crunch. I love Star Crunch. They actually featured in the last book I wrote as my character's favorite treat. So
nice.
I actually just ate one before I came up here. I thought I had one up here, but I think I ate
I
that
don't have
last
any
night, too.
now.
They're amazing.
Is that a like US
No,
thing?
I was just gonna ask, Erin, do you know
sure.
what this is? Or
I
is this a new
think
thing?
so. We had this conversation before. Because I remember way back in the beginning being like writing down my notes for like Christmas gift ideas of like send Canadian Star Crunch. I'm pretty sure we had this conversation. It's just this.
Yeah, it's like puffed rice with caramel, and it's like all surrounded with chocolate.
That's
So kind of like a Rice Krispie treat
I was
with
going to
chocolate
say
and caramel.
weird Rice Krispie square. Okay. Wait, is it
Honestly, I was
Star?
also eating Star Crunch.
It's
no,
not
it's
star
just
shaped.
really jagged.
Yeah, it's
It looks like a hamburger.
a little bit. Yeah.
Star
Kelly,
hamburger.
don't make
Cool.
fun of my treat.
Lisa
Rice
Rice Krispie
Krispie
square.
It's a little Debbie thing, which we have that here. Just
Oh.
It's one of the like less like I feel like it's less common of a little Debbie treat. Like I don't always find them. Like you have to know which stores they're at.
We've got people in the comments who are very upset by the Rice Krispies comparison.
Yes, there's no marshmallow in it.
No.
It's
Oh,
kind of
okay.
like that's yeah.
It's held together by the caramel.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
how about that?
All right then. Been educated on Star Crunch.
Welcome to the writing.
I will not listen to the haters. Ellen asked how long that sprint was. It was 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll have varying lengths of sprints throughout the day, 10, 15, or 20 minutes, because that's what I made timers for. So just depending on how people are feeling and stuff.
Do we want to do the next one at 25? Just jump right into the next one? Or do we want? Yeah? Okay. So, it's 1 minute away. Let's do the prompt. So the prompt for this one, still on the writer buzzwords theme, is shiny new idea. Your character is distracted from their mission by something or someone.
Shaylee asked if there would be a stretch break at any point, and I'm sure we will.
Yeah, I
be
think
doing
maybe
that
after this one, because we could do a 20-minute for this one, and then we could
each
do
hour.
and then we could do a longer break after this one. Does that sound okay?
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Awesome. Then we can answer some questions and stuff, writing questions, because I'm sure that I missed some earlier. So after we come back and we have a break, please, if you have questions and we look like we ignored you, it's because the questions all loaded at the same time and shot up.
Sorry, I missed how long this one was going to be.
20 minutes.
I just put that prompt in the discussion section as well.
Perfect. And we are at the 25. And time. I feel like I can hear some people really getting into it, and I'm like, sorry. How did everything go?
Pretty well.
Excellent.
I got hung up on a word, so I only got 52 words written, but I was looking up synonyms for at least a good 5 minutes.
Always fun.
Got
Always fun.
613.
Nice.
693.
Ooh. Anyone else in the 6 range?
6.
What'd you say, Kyra?
756.
How much did you get?
Ooh.
Ooh, nice. I'm in this weird, like, I'm doing first pass pages, so I'm trying to read as fast as possible. And I was like trying to read one more page just as like the seconds are counting down. I was like, faster, faster. So every time I come across like a thing I have to highlight and like comment on, I'm like, no. Really, it really makes things tense.
Word counts in the comments. So we have a couple people.
Yeah.
Jacob saying 608, Gracie B 600-ish. So we do have some other people in the 600 range. And I got 861.
Very cool.
Liz Bean 294.
Nice.
Violet another 600er 642. Most of the words in one sitting. Chelsea 748. Mia 765. Someone was doing some. I just lost the comment. It just went away. Research on Roman uniforms is what I saw before. Very important.
Oh, nice.
I just saw. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, Persis said I can't get in a rhythm, and I'm feeling that a little bit. Like I'm getting things down, but I don't quite feel settled into any of it yet.
That's fair. So we're gonna have a more of an
it's because
extended
we're on the
break. Sorry,
break.
Kelly,
I saw
interrupted you.
Andrew Walker in the comments, and I feel like in one of the Nano chats there was a question we were going to come back to
About making seeds spooky.
Not surprised Megan was the one that remembered.
Yeah, we've got a few things that we can talk about in the in-between, but let's start with making scenes spooky.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I expected her to basically just give us
how to make
seminar.
I was just waiting for it.
Yeah. Big things that I like to think of when I'm wanting to spook a scene up a little. Maggie Stiefvater talks a lot about where you point the camera when you're telling a story. So, for example, I just finished reading The Bone Houses by Emily Lloyd Jones. It was like really good. I really enjoyed it. And there's a part in the book where they show up at this town and everyone is so nice, and the prose focuses on like the exact curve of this woman's smile as she invites them in, and then it focuses in on how she's caring for her mother who's in a rocking chair with her back to you, and just like really focusing in on how nice they were so that it instantly pricked up my like reader senses of like, this isn't right. And if it had just focused on like, well, the house was really nice, it had comfy quilts, then I wouldn't have been pricked up as much as I was by the description of the shape of the mouth as it smiled. So like choosing the things you focus on with care so that you can increase tension in that way is one of my favorite things to read.
Something I was actually talking about this earlier because I know that some of you have watched my last Word Nerd video where I talked about like my outlining process and how when there's a tone of a book I really like, I'll go through it and actually like write out blow by blow the plot so I can see how the pacing is and how like the mood is and how the author's achieving it. And Wilder Girls by Rory Power is something that I think does a really good job of making things like it's like a feeling of dread for like the first, actually for most of the book, because like the very start of the book is like the imagery of like something out in the woods moving. It's big. We don't know what it is, but it's big, it's dark, and she's got a shotgun. She's kind of like trying to look through the sights of and see what it is. She thinks it's one of the like mutated coyotes, but we're not sure. And then we get more hints of that later. There's something out there that's so big it's making the ground shake, and we know all of the animals are mutated. So we don't know what it is, but like it's almost worse that we don't know what it is because we're imagining, right? So, and it's the same with Signs. Where you're like, you never actually see the aliens, and that's why they're so friggin' scary until the very end. So yeah, reading, if you haven't read Wilder Girls, highly suggested if you're looking for like creating a feeling of tension and dread and spookiness. So sometimes saying less is actually better than laying it out all on the page, I think.
Yeah, when I was thinking about my haunted house one thing I kept kind of trying to come back to in terms of like less. It's like the big scary things were easier to come up with, and I was trying to those little things that just feel wrong that can happen in real life that you can't explain away. So like today I went to like leave the bathroom and I hadn't remembered that I locked the door, so when I went to open it, it was locked. I'm like, I don't remember doing that. I must have, but it's the kind of thing that like I added it to this list I have of like little things that are probably fine but could be very bad.
Yeah, unnerving. Yeah, it's more. It's not like, oh, there's a, I don't know, severed head in the hallway, like, excuse me, but that's very like obvious and horrifying, but if you have something that's like, did I do this or am I possibly slowly losing my mind, like that to me is very unsettling.
I really enjoyed this aspect of Stephanie Perkins's there's someone inside your house. I had feelings about the plot in general, but I thought all of like the scenes where this killer is inside your house were very well written because it was things like that. It was like, oh, well, she points out in chapter 1 that there's an egg timer on the counter, and then you turn around and the egg timer is on the coffee table, and you're like, oh no.
That's weird. But it so easily could have been you that did that.
Exactly. We had a lot of people talking about earlier on that they've reached the end of what they had plotted. And like, help, what do I do now?
I actually did that. Another thing, that's what I was actually exactly what my Word Nerd video was about, like outlining during NaNo, was because I had to stop. I had written 2 chapters and I had to stop because I'm a major plotter and actually sit down and outline everything. And I actually found that really productive. So I don't know. I think if that's something that you have to do because you are stuck, even if it's just plotting out the next chapter, I would still add it to my word count.
No, definitely. Yeah. I used to be a super plotter. Like I would plot into oblivion. And I've learned more recently that that's kind of been my undoing, is that I plot too much to where I plot myself into corners. And I think, okay, well, I already have this structure built. I can't change it now. So I am a big fan of the beat sheets and like the Save the Cat book that kind of goes along with the beat sheets too. But instead of doing like an entire beat sheet of the entire span, I'll do it in like acts because the beat sheet breaks it down into like 4 different acts. So I plotted out completely that first act. And then now I'm actually working on that second act and trying to make sure things flow evenly enough from that first act into the second one, but having those big like milestones in the beat sheet to keep in mind helps me kind of think of new ideas and keep it like that whole structure in the back of my head throughout the day, because I have inspiration in like the weirdest places. And I highly recommend the Blake Snyder's beat sheets.
I was on a panel. It was Rachel and I were on a panel at the Oasis Writers Retreat, and author Michael Laron was there, and he writes 1 million books a year. It's incredible. And he recommended the book Writing into the Dark to us. And it's about like writing a book without an outline and how to do that well. So in such a way that it's not a disaster to revise, which I was like, I need to check this out. But through that and just like kind of adapting, if I come to the point where I'm pantsing and I want to keep pantsing, I'm so sorry. My dog is very mad to be in this room with me right now. So he keeps crying. But if I get to that point and I don't necessarily want to like take the time to sit down and outline everything, I just pick like, what's the next point? Where do I want to get to first? And I can decide where I'm going next once I get to this point. And I just like work my way forward in leaps like that.
I know we also had...
So we have like 5 questions that I've got written down.
A bunch of other questions. There was one that was like way up there that was somebody who was asking about how to write a synopsis. If anyone has tips.
Oh, I have a link that I'll get you that is much better than I could ever describe it. It's from Susan Dennard.
Perfect. Yes, Susan Dennard is the queen of revisions and
synopsis. Did you guys watch hers and Alex Bracken's masterclass on Y'all Right last night?
Oh, no.
It was so good. It was about the intersection of character and theme, and it was amazing. Big recommend. I know Y'all Right is going to be putting stuff on YouTube later for people to watch. Big recommend. It was so fascinating. I took so many notes.
That's
awesome. Maybe want to do like one more question from our list, and then we'll get to the others after the next one.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Okay, let's do, we've talked about this a little already, so this might be kind of quick, but burnout during Nano, because it is burnout season.
Also, I think you're kind of in the right place, that writing with other people makes a big difference for me, of like, it's not just you in a void with your book, of having that accountability, sharing your word count, letting people know how you're doing, even just talking about it on Twitter. Feeling like you're not the only one who cares whether or not you write a book really makes a big difference for me. Even just shouting into the void of Twitter, it helps.
Right, it's like the void of Twitter, but at the same time, it's like, okay, people somewhere had to have seen it, so I have to make sure that I'm being held accountable, because I have to let those people know that I'm holding up to what I'm doing. And I think accountability is a really big thing, to where it's not so much, tell your family, because then you're stuck at like Thanksgiving dinner, like, how's the book going? You're like, it's fine, Grandma. But I think accountability is really great. I think having like going to write-ins like this is really great, and also reading. For me, like as much as I need to get writing time in, I need to actually schedule reading time in too, because that always kind of like rejuvenates me a little bit, to where it's like, okay, I really enjoyed what I read. Now I want to go write something that I enjoy that I write.
Yeah. And in terms of accountability, try to give more than worrying about taking. Like, go on Twitter, look at the hashtags, find other people who are struggling and cheer them on, and you'll find you kind of build up this little community over time of like, you care about these other people's books, and they're going to get to know your book, and just sharing some positivity and cheering other people on can also kind of trick your brain into thinking everything's going pretty good.
Fake it till you make it.
Yeah.
I also kind of, like I said earlier, like hype team, like, so I like send some of your favorite lines to someone that you know will tell you they're good. I like being told I'm good, and I feel like writing more. I'm a positive reinforcement person.
We have multiple people in the comments saying reading live streams should be a thing. Yes,
we
will do that.
like a readathon, like.
Yes.
All wear our pajamas and read a book with snacks.
That sounds amazing.
Okay, we have to do this after Nano, not during Nano.
Next
How
prompt.
long is the next
Yeah.
sprint going to be?
Well, we're heading into the second hour.
Mhm.
So who's host? Kaylin is taking over
Yep.
as host. So it is up to you, my friend.
I would say let's go into a 15. So we think
Love
we did
it.
10, 20. Let's do a 15 to kind of ease into the next hour. The next hour prompt themes that Aaron came up with these, and for real, like queen. I don't even
Yeah.
understand how like I don't get it.
You.
It's like people pay her to be a writer.
Right? So the theme for hour 2 is going to be plot devices. And I'm actually going to jump down to prompt number 2, if that's okay with everybody, because I am currently in a scene where that would benefit me. And it's one of my favorite parts of reading any book. And coincidentally, I'm always really bad at picking up on it though, which makes the ending like that much more explosive. So we're going to do foreshadowing. So you could drop a hint about something big that's coming. It could be hinting something that's at the very end. It could be in the next chapter, the next scene. Just make sure that we're keeping the reader engaged and guessing what might come next.
Perfect. And we don't have to start like right on the minute. We can for our own edification or whatever. But
Already made
since
the
we have
sticker.
the
We're doing
timers-
it.
Okay. Let's do
And
this.
go. And time. All right, how'd everybody do? I'm in the negative, so I want to hear good things from you guys.
Let's see.
Doing some math. 702.
Nice. I read 2 pages. Nope, sorry, 2 chapters. Not 2 pages.
779.
Oh. It was a little over 500.
Oh, exciting.
From the comments, we've got Sierra with 163, Emily 515, Chris 312, Violet 448, Liz 202, Regina 401, Joy 485, and Fun After 52 also 485.
Cute.
Very nice.
Winners.
Also, a wild
Very nice.
Rachel has
Feeling
appeared.
it.
Yes, hi.
So I know there was one comment that I had seen, like towards the very beginning of the sprint. There are a few people were talking about what I like to call shiny new idea syndrome, and finishing books and actually finishing stories.
I saw that.
What do you guys have on keeping one story centralized? Because for me, it's like I will have shiny new idea syndrome, and like right up until NaNo, I was dead set on writing this new rom-com idea that I came up with, but then I was like, no, we're gonna switch back to death, destruction, and gore. And I'm in that now, but I still feel that, you know, perky happiness story like in the back of my head. How do you guys decide which project to focus on?
I really like what V.E. Schwab has to say about this. Like she talks about, yes, like the stovetop and like your projects, having different projects on different burners. So some are on the front and some are on the back burners for later, kind of letting it simmer, so to speak. So I really like that train of thought, because it's not like you don't have those things there. They're just in the back waiting for you. So you can still put things in the pot if we want to keep this metaphor going. You don't have to neglect it. So you can sort of satisfy that itch to be like, oh, I need something shiny and new without totally straying from your main project. And that's what I do. So I'll go and write notes.
My shiny idea, no.
Oh, nice. That's a really good idea to have a one notebook to put, you know, all of your shiny new ideas.
And then like once they're in the notebook, like they're always there. I can always come back to them. And then I also like to always remind myself like, oh, well, if I finish this one I'm working on, though, I'll have more energy for that idea. And that framing helps, and less guilt. So framing it that way helps me. Like, oh, let's do this so I can write the shiny idea.
My shiny new idea notebook is an Evernote journal. So for anyone who is writing in a notebook, I recommend dating ideas you put in, just because like going back and trying to pick an idea for NaNo, I went through some of these ideas that were from like 2013, 2014. So it was really cool to see how long I'd had these simmering. So I'm just, if you're writing it down where the, you know, magic of the internet doesn't just date things for you.
I know
Definitely worth doing it.
I know we have a few videos on this, actually. The one I can think of off the top of my head is, of course, mine, because I suffer from this problem a lot. And I think the video title is called like Letting It Steep, or Letting Your Ideas Steep, or something like that, because I liken it to tea. So yeah, and I'm sure that we will be doing more about this later on the channel, because I know that all of us struggle with this. So don't forget to subscribe and come back for more videos like that. Subtle pitch.
All right, you both get the bonus points.
Hey, I don't know why I turned into the pawns, but
I definitely like. I need to write stuff down, and I can't remember who I was reading about. I want to say it was Stephen King, but I may be misattributing this to him, where they think of this idea, but they let it stew in their brain for a while until it becomes a like fully formed idea. But
Steve Otter does that too.
I need to get it out of my head, because if it's still in my head, I'm afraid I'm going to forget it. So I have a Scrivener document where I just have new documents for each new idea that I come up with, and I like to spitball titles as well. So I have like a specific document just for random title ideas that some of them are really not that great, but sometimes it's the title itself that will kind of like rejuvenate that story that I was thinking about too.
I know that a lot of writers actually do that. They're like, I store it all in my head until it comes to like, there's like like enough for a world. And I'm like, cool. Then I'm walking around with an entire world in my head and my brain is going to just explode. Like I'm already scattered enough without having to try to keep all of these pieces. Like,
yeah, like, and I have heard some authors talk about like when you have a lot of ideas, not writing them down because they just kind of get bogged down. The ones that are going to stick with you are the ones that you end up writing, which I get. Like I've had those points where I have a lot of ideas. There's a lot of things I want to write. But I do feel like all those little things that are never going to turn into ideas on their own are still worth saving because they're going to piece into some of your future ideas in ways you definitely cannot see yet.
Yeah.
The project that I'm working on now is pretty much a Mod Podge of like 3 separate ideas that I had that weren't working individually. And I shoved them all together at the beginning of this year. And I'm like, okay, now this makes sense.
Yeah. There's nothing that says that you have to start writing it. But I don't think there's anything wrong with like, it's not going to not make you a proper artist or whatever if you sit down and like write out the ideas that you have. Like there's nothing that says you have to have your brain come to a boiling point pretty much before you're allowed to write anything down. So
I was actually feeling like really inspired by Kelly talking about going through old ideas. So yesterday I pulled out this notebook, which was the first notebook I ever bought myself when it was like, I'm going to be a writer. Because I like wrote a lot when I was a kid. And then I went to college and like didn't write for a long time.
Briefly tried to adult and then came back.
Tried to adult and then I was like, this is overrated. And I was going through it and it has like the first words I ever wrote once I had decided I was going to be an author. Oh, and I dated it, 2012.
that's amazing.
And I had a section that I put like random passages. So if I was brainstorming ideas and a line came to me, I wrote it down and I actually like really liked one of them. So I'm gonna steal it and use it. But,
That password again.
That's great because I do that too, and I have like journals and notebooks and stuff that are from like when I was like 15 and 16 years old, and most of it's absolute trash. Like I'll look through it and be like, this is so bad, but then there'll be a line or like a vague idea.
Yeah, like an overall theme of something.
Yeah, that I'll just be like, that would be cool. And I can only imagine like saying to my like 15-year-old self, like, hey, you came up with this one thing that I then used and put
the rest of it was garbage, but this one thing is really good.
Most of your writing is garbage, but yeah.
All right. So we want to jump into the next one at the 25?
Should we do one more question really quick?
Yeah,
I was saying we have a lot
of questions.
Oh, nice.
So
more questions.
A little quicker than others. So the next one I've got on our list is how long do you wait between like writing and diving into revisions? And for me, it totally depends on the book. Sometimes I get done and I feel like I've finished writing a marathon. I'm like, I need to sit. And sometimes I get done and I'm like, I already have ideas for what the next step is, and I'm already like kind of on a high from finishing it, in which case I might just dive right in.
Definitely go with that over any like, this is the amount of time you have to write, or like wait before you write again. Like if you're feeling it and you know what's broken and you're probably going to forget that later, just get it done. But if you're not sure, then sit with it.
I strongly agree with that. I know that a lot of writer advice will be like, give it at least 3 weeks. Like I think Stephen King is like 3 months at least. And he has a lot of writing advice that's like specifically this. And I'm like, well, okay. Like I love his book, but there are some things that he's very like, this is a rule. And I'm like, well,
you revise it in 2 months, in 29 days.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I totally agree with Kelly where it's like a book by book basis. Like usually I like to set it aside only for like a week at the most is usually, but the last book I did was like a hot mess. And I went, you know what? I don't really like, I'm tired of this book. And I also don't, because I rewrote the whole thing and I don't really know also what I want to do with it yet. I have vague ideas of the direction I want to revise it in. So that is gone for now. Like my agent was like, well, you can send it to me. I was like, no.
And
my suggestion is hold off on revising if you're either like just feeling burnt out, like you don't feel excited about it anymore, or if you don't feel like you know what you need to change yet. I think those are the two good indicators that you want to let it sit for a little while.
Yeah, and for me, sometimes I don't really know exactly how I want to end the book until it's ended. And it's like the whole time I have this idea and this main like event that I'm aiming towards, but it can change as you go, and it absolutely should change as you kind of like morph your story. So once you get to that end and you wrote it and you're like, okay, so now I know how it ends. I want to jump back to that beginning and start editing, start laying in all of those smoking guns, all of that foreshadowing, all of the good, like the meat and potatoes of what's going to hook in that writer.
Yeah.
And then I think the biggest chunk of time should definitely be between the next draft or like the next like editing session where you want to go in and you just like kind of not necessarily a line edit, but I like to give myself enough time to kind of forget about it. So when I come in, it's like it's fresh eyes. I'm seeing things that I wouldn't have seen if I went right back into like a third revision.
I do that with characters actually. So I'll get all the way to the end of my draft and I'll be like, oh, that's who this character is. And then again, like Kaylin was saying, I immediately go back to the start and change things and put new things in to reflect who I've now realized the character is. But I count that not as revisions almost, but like a part of the drafting writing process.
Mm-hmm.
So that
actually, just because we're already kind of on this subject, someone asked, how do I foreshadow when I'm somewhat don't know what's like? How can I foreshadow when I don't know what's going to happen?
Do it later. That's the next problem.
Yeah.
Later. Well, and then sometimes like because I'm also fairly on the pacing end of things. Sometimes like when I get to a point later in the book, I like to say, okay, well, what have I already written? And then I'll make a twist kind of revolving around what I've already written, if that makes sense. So like if someone like if it and it'll usually just be something like a like offhand conversation that two characters are having. Sometimes it'll be like, okay, I need something to fill this spot. Oh, let's revisit this thing I've already put in there. But for the most part, don't worry about.
And if you're pacing, it might be kind of cool to do it deliberately. Of like, okay, you're writing the scene, you want to do some foreshadowing, so pick a character trait or an item or something and layer it in and remember it somewhere for yourself of like foreshadow, but it's for you. It's to tell you later on you're going to use this, and it might help spark something for you later.
Yeah. I know we need to move into the next sprint, but we had one question from Mia that was kind of related. That was, what if you're really done with a book after the first draft and you just don't feel into it again? And I feel like if you feel done with it, it's okay to not do anything with it. It's okay to finish a book and be like, I learned what I needed to learn, and now I'm going to leave this here until I feel like I want to revisit it or cannibalize the things I liked about it in a different book.
Yeah.
And you may come back to it later and you just don't see it now. By the end of last year, I had 3 finished drafts that I haven't looked at or touched because I haven't been in the right headspace. And they're still there. They're not going anywhere. So it's nice to know I can go back to them when I'm ready. It doesn't have to be in any particular time.
It was NaNo 2 years ago, I think, for me. I did my first attempt at contemporary, and it was not good, and it's in a folder, and I probably will never revisit it. I won't say never, but probably never. But I'm writing like I learned so much from writing that on like what doesn't work for me writing contemporary. And then the next time I wrote one, like the process was so much better. And that's a book that I'm like really, really excited about and proud of.
Yeah.
I don't even know if she's responding to this, but I love Missy Kate's comment of you can always scrap it for parts.
Yeah.
I'm doing that hard with brainstorming for a new idea. I have like scrapped every book I've written. I've written a lot of drafts at this point, and I've pulled all my favorite things, and they're all going into this one new idea.
I think it's a good thing to think of it as every draft you do as possibly just like a masterclass in learning how you write. And then, I mean, if you want to do something with it later, that's great. You can revise it. And if that's something you look at and you go, well, I don't think it's good enough, or I want to try again with something new. I wrote multiple manuscripts and I knew they weren't good enough. They weren't up to the level that I wanted them to be, and they're still sitting there. I'm not going to do anything with them. And that's fine.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right. So we want to jump into a 20-minute.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. And this, the next prompt is going to be repetition. We're going to try to use repetition to your advantage. Maybe it's a menacing message that keeps coming up. Maybe it's a theme that ties the beginning to the end. So also kind of like foreshadowing. But I think repetition that way, when you get to the end of the book, you're like, oh, yeah. So we're going to do 20 minutes starting now.
Apologies.
time. All right, I managed a cool 190, which is, I think, the best one I've done so far. Lots of revisions, though, but I'm excited with the progress I've made so far.
I felt like I did a lot, but I forgot to count properly. So
you did a lot.
Yeah.
Yes. I also did the click clack tacking. What? Wow, what words just came out of my mouth? I also did. I was trying to say the click clack with typing. Yes, close enough.
Oh, I got
some
six.
reviews.
You doing what?
Oh, I'm working on a meeting minutes from work that I did not finish on Friday that I should have but didn't. No one told my boss.
It says on a live stream.
No one knows where I work. It's fine.
What did you get, Megan?
I got 616.
Woo!
Oh, me too, twin.
Oh my god!
Really? Oh, wild.
It was right around there. It was like 612, and then I wrote like a handful more words right as time was being called.
Yes.
Cool.
I do like the timer for that reason. I'm like, okay, I've slacked off this whole sprint, and then I look at the time, like, I've got 3 minutes, and it's like,
oh no. We've got some people in the comments mentioning that they've been writing like all day, or they've been writing with us this whole time and are starting to feel like they're losing steam a little. So this is a great time to stretch, drink some water,
eat a snack.
Yeah, full
Snacks.
disclosure, a few of us will be disappearing from stream to do just that on our next writing. So.
Yes, I have to make sure that my spawn are also being fed, so I'll pop back in though.
We still have questions if we want to answer.
Bring them on.
Okay.
Do it.
Do we maybe want to plan on just going again at the hour?
Love it.
That works.
Sure.
Questions. The first one's easy, and this is something we normally do just right at the beginning. But someone wanted to know a while ago what we write. So maybe we just want to start with Erin and just go around the screen.
Yeah, I write dark fantasy and horror. My book, Witches of Ashland Road. Nope, this side. Do that every time.
Have you considered like
Wait,
moving
Witches
the
of
books to the other side?
I really need to. Well, Bryony Gray is on this side, and Witches of Ashland Ruin is on this side, so it's balanced. But I can never remember which side
gag on the
is
word
which.
notes right now.
Well, everything's in backwards land on here, so.
I'm not going to try anymore. I'm going to be like,
one of my books
back there. Yeah, so dark fantasy and horror. Middle grade and YA.
I also write dark fantasy and horror, but YA and adult.
I write mostly fantasy and some dark fantasy, preferably YA, but also starting to get into adult.
I originally started writing, I was writing science fiction. I've recently, over the past couple years, started getting a little bit more into the horror game. And right now, the current manuscript I'm working on is a young adult supernatural horror.
I write across a lot of different genres. I like to bounce around. Sci-fi, contemporary, fantasy. Not usually that horrific or dark, but 2020 has taken some turns. So this year's been a little different.
Kelly is now jaded.
I also write kind of across genres, usually in YA. For NaNo, I'm working on a rom-com, a contemporary. But I have also done a lot of fantasy and a little bit of sci-fi. So
Yes.
It always feels like I want to write a contemporary because I'm like, it should be so easy. Like, it's real people doing real things, and I have a life, and I've gone places. And then as soon as I try and write a contemporary, it's just like, have I ever talked to anybody in my life? Do I even know what real life is? I've never visited anywhere and ever.
Yeah, there was actually a conversation on Twitter about contemporary day before yesterday, I think. I can't remember exactly who was saying it though, but they said that a lot of contemporary nowadays are very like it's the topic is very, I keep wanting to say high fantasy, but that's the theme of it. High concept. Concept is the word I was looking for. Where they said that they're noticing like a lot of the contemporaries now aren't just books that are telling stories for the sake of telling the story. So it's not anything, hey, this really big thing happens, but it's like, hey, these words in this book means a lot to me. And I think that was something that it just really struck out to me. And I feel the same way where it was like, I feel like I could write a contemporary, but then at the same time, I'd be like, I feel like nothing's happening. Is this even good?
Yeah, where are the dragons? Wait, I think Desiree, one of our other warriors, is like, her catchphrase is like, but what if there's dragons, you know? Or like, but what if dragons?
I definitely think, I think contemporary gets that vibe where it's like, oh, it's, you know, it's not high concept, it's not this, it's not that. But at the same time, it's like, it's very hard to write and to get it right too.
Yeah, I think it's just like with any genre, like just because you can write one genre doesn't mean that you have done the work to learn how to write a different genre. And so it's like as much time as I've spent studying how to write good fantasy, how to write things that are scary, I would need to put that amount of time into also studying other genres. Just because you're good at writing sentences doesn't mean you're going to be a good storyteller in every genre.
Well, and that's like I was saying earlier with this NaNo book that I did a couple years ago that was just like, I didn't know how to like, and not that I necessarily know how now, but I definitely didn't know how to like plot a fantasy and like how to plot a contemporary and how to like do conflict and what is the pacing even supposed to be. I still don't know what the pacing is supposed to be. We have, since we have a couple minutes, just another question. Sorry, I don't want to miss the questions that people have been asking. How do you make, someone asked, how do you make it sound adult without making it sound too hard when it like feel like they said it's sounding like YA, but the themes are like adult?
Oh, so I had feelings on this question when it came up. I like really wanted to talk about it because I feel like in the question was some like nuance about like making it more mature and stuff. And which I don't want in adult fantasy. I want to find more adult stories told in a YA voice. To me, like trying to make it sound more mature sucks all the fun out of it for me. That like I want more stories that are about people that have gone beyond high school. But I really love the voice of YA. So if your story is leaning that way, go with it.
Yeah, I think that's why I like a lot of, I'd say like new adult, but like new adult is the whole other like muddle mess of what counts as new adult, whatever. But it's because that voice is like fast paced and snappy and fun. And it's not this like, long ago there were this, and so therefore I doth now go here. I'm like, oh my God, this is so boring. Like, please keep me like fun and snappy and fast paced, but also have like higher gore and, you know, more adult themes. So it's like, yeah, that's fun. Keep going with that.
And I think just because it's an adult book doesn't mean you have to be swearing. Like if swearing and just like being crude or something doesn't feel natural to you, like just because you're writing an adult doesn't mean that it has to have those things in it. There's so many adult books out there, and the category is just making room for even more and, you know, more modern takes. I think people are learning a lot from the successes of young adult and the fact that so many people who were teens during the big young adult boom are now adults who want that tight pacing and want those relatable voices. So if that's what feels right, do it.
Thinking about it, and like what you said about people who read YA when it's first getting popular and came up, like maybe it's less of like a YA voice, because now that we are seeing it more in adult, it's more like a millennial voice. Of like, and obviously there's some shifting in that, but like for people who grew up on the internet and things move a little faster and who talk in more internet slang, and that I like that in a book, even across different genres. But like that's how my brain sounds. So reading books like that is nice.
Yeah, for sure. I believe we have a wild animal.
Yeah, and I'm like, whoa.
Like for real, like I'm gonna be thinking about that for quite some time now. I'm gonna be like, Kelly's a genius. You are all geniuses.
Kelly just like reverse psychology to all of us.
Okay,
are we ready for our next sprint? Yeah. I hopped on just in time to host the third hour.
Excellent.
Last minute. Okay, so our first prompt for this hour 3 of our 4-hour ride-in is coffee and tea. So during a hard moment, your character is revitalized by an outside force. I don't know how long we're doing for this.
It's 20 minutes.
20
and,
minutes.
The prompt theme is your nano survival pack.
Yes, sorry, I forgot to say this
hour. My hero has arrived.
Oh boy.
What is it? Is it spaghetti?
Hi, word nerd husband.
It's like edamame and rice and spring rolls.
Yum.
Oh, I want some.
Sounds much healthier than what I'm about to eat during this sprint. Okay. So we're going to go for 20 minutes. We'll be back around the 21. Good luck. in time. Welcome back.
Totally wrote so many words and didn't just eat the whole time.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how was everyone's writing / dinner?
My writing went good. We finished some stuff, so probably like around 400.
Hey, we can't hear you.
I read through another chapter. Oh,
Okay.
yeah,
I don't know what
oh,
went
you're good now.
Anyway, continue. Yeah.
There was like sign language
Continue.
going on.
Oh yeah, I was just saying I finished reading another chapter. I meant to finish reading this manuscript months ago, and I have not. So
Nice.
maybe I'll finish it this month.
I can see us backstage because I'm logged in to the like Word Nerd StreamYard account, and I could just see me and Kelly just like.
I was literally like watching the timer, like, okay, how many more of these can I eat?
I have like 2 bites left. But I have a new scene to write coming up, so I was also kind of like brainstorming. Okay, what am I gonna do in this new scene?
I'm having like, for me, a slowish night. Like it's still good, it's still productive, but like I'm at a portion of the book where I am kind of stuck, like haven't quite figured out what needs to happen before I get to the next like big thing that I have plotted out. So this is good in forcing me through that.
Yeah, this is it. It's probably the best time to do a write-in of like the ones that you fly through, the ones you can do on your own, whereas this is like, no, you gotta keep going.
Yeah.
Sierra said, I decided to read 10 pages of Strange the Dreamer. It's so good so far.
Yes, it's one of my favorite books.
So good.
We have a book club on it, right? So when you're finished,
Musical Maggie mentioned writing an IRB application, which probably doesn't mean anything to most of you, but it does to me, and I'm so sorry. Good luck with that.
Our condolences.
Just on the topic of reading. Well, before you got here, we actually had a request that we do like a read-in at some point, and we are very
I like that idea. Yeah, I'm down. Oh god, it's so nice to read things that aren't in my English homework.
Yeah.
I feel like if we all read together, it would actually make it really nice for future things, just like background noise simulator of all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
6 to 9 nerds reading in silence.
Because it's like I used to have a job where I could like spend a decent amount of time reading and count it as applicable to my work. And
yeah,
now
exactly.
I can't really. So
and now you're a librarian, and they frown on that, or
I mean, I guess I could read like some like English textbooks because that's what I work with now. But I don't really work with fiction very much anymore. So
yeah, I used to read on my transit to work, which gave me a good like hour and a half every day. And now I just don't have that, so I'm reading a lot less.
I used to listen to audiobooks on my commute, and now my commute is 10 minutes instead of 40 minutes, so I'm not going to get really...
Well, I mean, that's nice.
Yeah, it is nice.
My commute is I get out of bed, and then I walk into the other room where my desk is. That's it, so...
I have to go up 2 whole flights of stairs. It's
Ooh.
awful.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God.
Bring
A little morning workout.
Emma, someone wants to know what kind of...
What kind of... Oh, I have no idea. I just know that's going to be one of the subjects I'm going to be over.
She just started there.
Yeah.
I'm sure she'll know all of the information eventually.
Maybe you can make like a new video of things that you need to know working at the library.
Yes. Those are our most popular videos, is Emma talking about getting a master's in library sciences and stuff.
Be like, 4 years later or whatever.
Do we have questions?
Yes, we had one. We had like, after I think like the second sprint, like so many questions. So we got one more from like clear back then. I hope that person is still watching, and I hope I framed their question correctly because it was asked a while ago and I will never find it again. So they wanted to know how to like motivate yourself to write difficult chapters, and specifically by difficult chapters, they're talking about like emotionally difficult chapters, like you're putting your character through things that are hard, that like you don't necessarily want to put them through.
I have extensive experience with this because all of Witches of Ashen Ruin
Every
time. All of Witches of Ash and Ruin is about a girl with OCD, and she has the same subtype as I do. So it was very difficult writing it and getting into her head. And for me, what happened was that I found the best way to do it without like becoming distraught or like triggering my anxiety was essentially just like writing in long bursts, just getting things out of the way and then taking breaks in between, essentially. So, I mean, it depends what your content is, like if it's triggering to you or it's just difficult in general.
Yeah, it's something I'm struggling with. I find not going at it too hard at once. Like you write that first draft that's a little bare bones, and then the next one you kind of like keep deepening it, rather than like trying to like really make it hurt all at once and letting yourself kind of sit with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always start with like what's the skeleton of it, what technically is happening right now, and then later in revisions I'll go a pass for like, okay, well, let's deepen what's literally happening. Let's deepen the emotions.
Yeah, I kind of think of it as like looking at it in your peripheral vision of like it's here and you know what it is. So just write that version and then you just kind of get closer and hone in on the details.
For me, it's in the first draft, it's a lot of just kind of like telling instead of showing of like what my characters are going through. So a lot of like, my character is feeling this thing and this way. And then like later I can go back and actually like make it work better, where it's just like kind of me getting the idea down of like what I want them to be going through.
Like once when I was writing a really traumatic scene for this character and I was like, oh, I don't know if I like want to go there mentally. I kind of just wrote around it for a really long time, but I kind of like had it in my head of like, all right, you're going to write this eventually. So just kind of like having that in the back of your head, like, it's okay, you're going to get there eventually. And then when finally you're like, all right, I'm going to do it. And then you could write it once and then be like, great. I have to look at that for a while again. But it's kind of like easing yourself into the idea of thinking of writing it. I found that helps a lot.
V. Laponza said, I love writing emotional chapters. I think it's fun to put them through pain.
There are two types of writers.
For me, it does kind of depend on the type of pain. I sometimes like doing mean things to them, but I like in this book that I'm working on for Nano had kind of a similar thing to Erin, where I was writing a chapter with like the characters having a like panic attacks is very similar to the type I have, and it was harder to write than I anticipated. So I think maybe it depends a little on how personal it is too.
Yeah, very much. Yeah, if it's just like good old fashioned, like, I don't know, murderiness that happened, and then the character's like, oh no, emotionally traumatized, I'm like, I can deal with that.
You'll be fine.
No big deal. But if it's like, oh, I have to write out someone having an actual panic attack, I'm like, okay, emotionally steel myself now.
And know that you can stop at any time.
Yeah, that's very true. Small child screaming.
It's a very angry 2-year-old downstairs.
We've got scary sounding dogs and screeching children.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that comment. I was like, what is that? It was my dog.
It legitimately sounded to me initially because I went, because it sounded like a moaning ghost or something.
Yeah, he is extremely anxious. So like imagine an anxious dog and then ramp it up about 6 times. Like vets don't know how to help him anxious. So he wasn't enjoying being in here. So I let him out.
Doggo.
That cat came in, sat on my bed, yelled at me 3 times, and then left. I'm like, all right, great.
Your evening.
What do you want from me? Like,
sounds like a cat.
Yeah.
Do we have any other questions or topics that people wanted us to address?
Someone a while ago asked if any of us use NovelPad.
I do not.
Never heard of it.
What is it?
I have tried downloading multiple like writing type apps like Evernote and stuff, but I always end up just going back to Word.
It looks like it's like a really minimalist
The website's cool.
Writing tool. Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm a
What's it
Google
now?
Docs person myself.
Me too. We're now at like a weird time where it's like, guess we'll wait for the 35.
Yeah. We have a timer, so if you wanted
True.
to start right now, we don't have to wait until.
There's no math involved.
This is true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
Anarchy.
Do you know how long you want this one to be?
Yeah, we can do another 20 minutes, I think.
Long enough for me to get food because now
Yeah.
it's
Yeah, I think the rest of we're gonna swap
yeah,
out
now it's our turn.
I had a Christmas tree cake during the last
Hell
one.
yeah.
Delicious. So for our next sprint, which will start in about a minute, I guess. So to continue with our theme of the Nano Survival Pack, our next prompt is candy. So I actually have some candy. Someone seemingly sweet comes into your character's life, but they soon realize they must be careful. Too much can make you sick. I was so prepared. I had coffee and candy for this.
Oh boy.
Go me.
You're not going to be wired or anything.
Yeah. I was like, coffee at 5 p.m. Great idea.
Woo.
Excellent.
I also had
I've been
2 coffees today and I was like, I'm just excited.
I woke up from like a 2.5-hour nap right before I got on this chat. So.
Coffee.
All right, so we're going to go for 20 minutes and we will be back at the 53. Good luck. And time. I always get like weirdly panicked about unmuting myself.
Me too. Repeatedly stabbing the mouse button.
You like click in the wrong spot.
If I'm 2 seconds late, everyone will be mad.
Yeah. How did that go for
Good. I'm like 50 words away from passing 3,000 words for the day. And I
Ooh.
love so bad.
Exciting.
I got myself another tea, so
Well
that happened, yes. And I wrote 55 words. Yes, I did.
Nice.
That was not a good one for me. I sat down and I was like, okay, brain time to write. My brain was like, no.
We're going on 3 hours, so no thank you.
I didn't get a lot of words. I did figure out a really big like plot hole that I've been working on for a while. I'm sure I figured it out. So I'll take that any day.
Rachel, what does your mug say?
It says
professional bookworm. Mine says, but first, tea.
tea.
I always interested in what people's mugs say.
Mhm. I love a good sassy mug. I really do.
Absolutely.
I got 303. This scene is not doing what I want it to do. So I might just end it soon.
Rude.
No, characters just don't say what you want them to.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like really horrifying, and I'm just not feeling it. So I think I'm just gonna write the mechanics of it and come back later.
Yeah.
Spooky later.
For me, it's always scenes where like I'm trying to hit on like certain emotions for my characters or something, and it's like just not coming. So I'm just like, they feel this thing. You will feel emotions.
She is so angry. Wow.
Looking, I believe Kelly is our comment watcher now.
Yes, but I don't like. Kara has a list, so I don't know where we are.
We got through my list. So the only other question that I can see that we have, and if this is like your question hasn't been answered, ask it. Whoa.
You used all your words for the day.
Word 3, baby.
If we haven't answered your question, ask it again. I know I sound like someone who's answering questions right now. But the other question we had was about dual POV, and if you needed to give equal screen time to your both points of view, or if it was okay if one had more than the other. I think it's fine.
Yeah, do whatever you want.
For one thing, I think it has to be pretty skewed one direction before readers would even notice, because readers aren't sitting there like counting the number of words.
Yeah. I think it sort of depends if you have a larger cast, because then I'm going to start noticing more if it's been a while since I've heard from somebody. That might just be a me thing too, because like, but like, because some books I've read that have 2 POVs, and I'm like, oh, every once in a while we see from this other person. That's cool. But if you give me like 5 people and you say that you're going to switch between all of them, but I only hear from one of them once, I'm going to be like, that's weird.
For me, it just has to be, for me, it's just be consistent is all that matters. So like if you spend like half the book with like 2 characters getting equal screen time, and then suddenly like one dominates the rest of the book, like that's gonna feel weird to me. But like if you have
gonna die. Like
if you have like 3 characters who get the majority of the screen time and there's 2 more that only occasionally pop in, that's fine with me. It's just weird if like you were equal and now you're not equal or whatever.
Yeah, when it comes to 2, like the occasional one will work for me, but otherwise having 2 POVs feels like a certain type of story to me. Like there should be a balance. If there's 5 and it's never going to be even, and it depends on what's happening. When there's 2, it probably comes from like contemporary romances where you've got 2 and one's one love interest and the other's the other love interest. But it feels to me like either this is one person's story or it's 2 people's story, not one person's story that this guy jumps into sometimes.
Yeah, I'll use Wilder Girls again for an example, because that's what I just read, and it has 2 POVs. And one is definitely like the dominant POV. Like we're with her much more and we get her point of view, and she's the main like action of the story, because the other girl's in like trapped somewhere essentially. And there are interesting things going on, but she doesn't have as much like my brain has completely not motivation. She oh boy.
This doesn't have as much plot.
Aaron caught it from me.
What have you done to me?
All right, who has the brain cell?
She's not driving the plot forward as much as the other character, because she doesn't have that freedom to do that. So we do check in with her, but she doesn't have like, she's not the dominating voice.
And that definitely feels weird to me, because I know when we were trying to plot Aaron's like current plotting thing, and it was all like, oh, do we put the love interest POV in there, which to me felt weird. Of like, it feels like this one character's story. I don't think we need to hear from this other person.
Which is funny, because absolutely that was what we decided on. But as things started unfolding, because like I take a while for my story to steep, And she started talking to me, and that sounds like, makes me sound like a crazy person. But now she has her own full story. And now it makes sense to put her in. So now I do have a dual POV. And again, the character that we were plotting, because we're a writers group and we help each other plot. And so the character that we were plotting still is the dominant voice, but the other girl now comes in and it makes more sense because she is an actual story. Yeah.
I think it's very traditional if you're writing POVs to have them be fairly equal screen time. But like I said, I think it has to skew pretty heavy one way before readers are actually going to notice. And just because it's maybe more traditional to give them more equal screen time, it's definitely not something where I'd say this is a rule that you always have to do. If it works for your book, it works for your book.
It really depends too, because in like, maybe it's because I grew up reading like high adult fantasy, but like often we would even get a peek into somebody's head that you never see again. Like often they're dead at the end of the chapter. And it's definitely more of like a pulled out focus. Like it's a third person omniscient sort of almost like, so you get the sense that it doesn't matter if this character ends up dead. It's just showing me the world that we're going to be diving into here. And that's very like high fantasy adult. Like I grew up reading like the Wheel of Time series and like that type of thing, Sword of Truth, you know, like, so to me, that doesn't bother me, but I know some people hate it.
Yeah, it's really finding the balance in your show, because I'd love to see more of that, because in a lot of contemporary fiction, it's really like you're supposed to be in that character's head. We're getting that whole world picture is very cool as well. So it's just finding that right balance, which isn't never going to even out the way you think it is.
Like The Sun is Also a Star by Nicola Yoon. Like it's mostly focused on the two main characters and going back and forth between them. But every once in a while you get like a chapter that's from like a random person who like intersected with the main characters' lives. And like it kind of like shows you what they were doing and how like the main character's actions influence like their life. And it's really cool. More of that.
Allegiant got brought up in the comments on that, and Breaking Dawn.
That's the very first one that popped in my head too. I'm like, because Emma mentioned how it needs to be consistent throughout the book, and I'm like, well
yeah,
I have thoughts on that.
And like with that series and with Twilight, it felt so out of place. So like, and suddenly here's somebody else.
Yeah. And Breaking Dawn, I felt like was really bad because her reasoning was, well, there's a whole portion of the book where it can't be from Bella's point of view because like she's not doing anything. And like reading it, I was like, this part of the book just shouldn't be there. Like you should have skipped over because Bella isn't doing anything.
Pull like a new moon, put the months on the pages.
Yeah.
We've also got people mentioning Six of Crows, which is one I think of in terms of like multi-point of view. I'm not sure I always agree with like her POV choices, and anyone who watches our channel knows I love Six of Crows. But that is one where I noticed because I really like Kaz's chapters. I'm basic like that. In Crooked Kingdom, there's like a really long chunk of the book where we do not hear from a Kaz POV. But in the first book, there's a lot of there's I think more Kaz and Inez chapters, whereas in the second book there's more like Nina Matthias, some of those other characters. So I don't know. Are there rules to writing? No.
These are all like something different. So
I want to talk about because somebody mentioned Allegiant. Is that how I say it? Thank you. Somebody mentioned that, and then somebody over a couple questions back had the question of like, how do I differentiate the two voices well? And I'm going to be petty and say that I think that's a great example of not differentiating them well, especially because it was in first person. And I would have to like go through and check like whose head am I in now? But yeah, I think that's a good question for us to answer is like how, especially if it is first person, how do you avoid that?
It's so hard.
And I don't do dual POV if it's two people who are similar. Like they have to just have different personalities and be tracking very different. Even if they're headed towards the same point, they have to be tracking really
That's so funny because that's the direction I'm taking, because this is the story that Kelly was talking about that I'm plotting, and I'm also like literally plotting it on the Word Nerd channel. So subscribe to us if you want to see that process of me like brain dumping on video. La la la.
Hey.
You're so subtle about this, guys. But yeah, so that is like, I'm a little selfishly asking this question because it is dual POV and it's first person for both of them. It's the first time I'm doing this ever. So what Megan said is kind of what I'm doing. Like one character's very, like she's quieter, but she's also very opinionated and bold eventually. And the other girl's is not. So yeah.
I'm also for Nano, and I'm not like really at a stage where I'm overly worried about voice, but I'm also doing dual first person POV. And I've got one character who like has kind of a flailing like personality and lots of run-on sentences, like very scattered thoughts, and the other one's like a lot more calculating. So her like stream of consciousness, it's not stream of conscious, but like her thought process is a lot more step-by-step logical. She's making lists, she's thinking through things logically.
Yeah, I like the idea of them being so opposite that it becomes obvious immediately whose POV we're in.
Yeah. I think it has to do with motivation too, because I have tons of friends who were very, very similar, but if you have characters that share a lot of interests or, you know, train the same way or go to the same academy, whatever, like you're still going to have different motivations. I think that way, if someone comes into a room and they have two different motivations, they're going to act fairly differently, regardless as if, say, they're in the room for the same reason. So I think it's like keeping that in the back of your head, then along with like character voice, whether they're really animated or they're more clinical or what have you.
Yeah, the book that got me my first agent was dual POV in the first person, and it's like the only time I've ever been super confident that the voice was just like really good with the dual POV. And I think part of why it was that way was because when I was plotting it, I very much kept in mind, okay, and then we will have this scene, which will be this point of view. And thinking of like, okay, well, what did the other character do in their last scene? How will it directly affect this other POV character? And how will they react to it? Because so much of voice is in how they respond to things. Because if they're responding the same, they're the same person. Even if they're like saying it in different words, if they're doing the same things, then they're basically the same person. And so breaking it down like that and thinking of it as almost like a call and response, since they were in the same location at times, it was very helpful for me in like breaking it up.
I think both these things, like the POVs and voice, are something that you can definitely tackle more in revisions if you're struggling. Like just get the story down for now, and later you can go back and be like, okay, I have too much of this character for like several chapters in a row. I need to like figure out what the other character's doing, or like these two characters sound too much the same. Let me work on their voice. Because you can do a lot of things like reading it out loud and stuff like that to help you with the voice later on. So I wouldn't worry about it too much right now.
Yeah, or even if you had two characters that were very, very similar, if you had one as an optimist and one as a pessimist, the way that they would think of things would be very different, even if they both love a TV show or something.
Also, another book lover has an interesting method that I don't do, but I think it could be interesting if you're struggling. They said, I find it hard to switch between character POVs. If I want more than one, I have to write their stories separately and then smush them together in editing. That's something to consider.
It's a lot of writing, a lot of work.
Yeah, I have done that before in the plotting, like in the outlining phase, because if I try to do it together in an outlining phase, it gets to be too much, and my brain is like, no, we're shutting down now. This is too much work.
Yeah. I think it could work for a zero draft too. Like we were just doing like super bare bones.
Should we dive into another one at the 10?
Sounds good.
Let's do it.
I am obviously feeling tired. I'm leaning maybe a little towards shorter sprints.
I do.
So I think we'll maybe do 15 and then maybe 15 and 10, or maybe 10 and 10. We'll see how we're feeling. But
you could just do 10 and then chat. I'm good with just chatting. My brain is like, no more.
Now I just want to talk about Six of Crow.
We've got people in the comments talking about like the Shadow and Bone TV series.
I'm so excited.
I'm very excited.
I really do love Six of Crows. I like named my Animal Crossing island Crooked Kingdom. So
Really?
and I spent so long making the flag that looked like the cover of Six of Crows. I spent like an hour.
So good.
Amazing.
So
I commend your dedication.
thank you. Okay. I think I am hosting now. I've never hosted before. I'm going to give a prompt. That's what we do.
Yes.
So we're moving into prompts that are book title themed. So this prompt is going to be Shatter Me themed. Your character gets terrible earth-shattering news from someone they love. We'll be going for 15 minutes. That is time.
I just reached the end of a chapter. Awesome timing.
How did everyone else do?
About 600, I think. Trying to math.
Math. Numbers.
No, boo. No math.
I've been averaging like between like 150 and 175.
I got like 400.
Nice. Let us know in the comments how you're doing.
Nice. So I saw a couple questions. One, I don't know if anybody has some advice for this. Gracie B asked, where is the best way to find sensitivity readers? My book tackles racism and sexism, and I want to make sure I'm giving everyone justice and a fair story as a white female.
I'm trying to think where I got my sensitivity reader through a Facebook group, but it's not helpful though because it's for published writers.
There's a
there was a sense there was a database, but
they stopped updating it or something.
Yeah, the names, it might still be there, just not updated anymore. Hold on, let's see.
The Shadows Lair said Writers for Diversity on Facebook.
A good place to try is always Twitter. Also, I think
I've got so like editorsofcolor.com, if you go to their website, and I'll send the link to like so that we can put it in the chat. They have a database of diverse databases that has like some links to different sensitivity readers.
Yeah,
it looks like
there's also Reddit is a place that people are asking. I'm just looking it up or asking about it. But yeah, I think I'm on the same one. Kyra, did you say writingdiversely.com? Is that what you said?
Nope, that is a different one.
Oh, a different one. Okay. I was tuning up because I was trying to look it up. But yeah, so there's a sensitivity reader directory, writingdiversely.com. I don't know if it's the one that Justina Ireland.
No, that one was called Writing in the Margins, and I can't find it anymore.
There's also Tessera Editorial has some sensitivity reading. I don't.
Something to keep in mind here is make sure that you're doing your research really thoroughly, regardless of where you find a sensitivity reader. Know that you should be paying your sensitivity readers, and I forgot what the third thing I was going to say is because we've been chatting for so
as
long.
somebody who has hired a sensitivity reader who is brilliant and worked with them before, I will say that now going into a new book, I always think, am I the right person to be writing this project? Is this something that somebody else could and should do better than me? And of course, if you are writing a person of color, to just ignore the fact that there is racism in the world would be not good. Like, you don't want to pretend that everything is fine because it's not. But you, as a white woman, I have to think when I'm going, like, is this something that I am equipped to tackle? And usually if it's a story about racism, if it's a story, an issues book, so to speak, the answer is always no. So
I also say, I think the earlier in the process that you get a sensitivity reader, the better. Because if you wait until you have like finished your final draft and you're ready to like publish it.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry, it's a really bad storm is coming over.
Hitting
my window.
Wow. Whoa, that's intense.
Crazy. But if you wait until you're like ready to publish and you've like done all your editing and then you get a sensitivity reader, it's going to be very hard to fix problems. And that like tells me that you're just like looking to like superficially change some things. Where sometimes it's a much deeper issue where there's like a problem with the premise of your book, or with like an entire like subplot or something. And so the earlier you can get some eyes on it, the better.
I remember it was Mary Robinette Cowell, I think, who talks about having to throw away a whole book essentially because somebody clued her into the fact that this is not necessarily the story that you should be writing, is not necessarily your story to write. And so she did realize that before she published it, thankfully. And she's like, I'm shelving it. I'm not picking it up again. I'm working on something different. So avoiding that.
The first book I ever finished, like I love it, and there's a lot of things I really, really like about it, but it has like some strong like white savior stuff in it because I was like young and knew nothing when I wrote it, and I don't know how I would ever like fix it. And it's like maybe one day I'll come up with like the right idea to like redo like the like basis of the plot. But yeah, it's like the way it is. I would not ever publish it.
Yeah, and I think it's also similar to really other editing advice as well, is that if you get it more in the beginning, you're more likely to accept the advice that is given. If you've already written the book and somebody says something to you about how something, you know, the sensitivity reader says that, you know, hey, this is problematic, you should look into changing it. You know, you may want to try and justify keeping it just for the sake of it works so well in my book.
And so much work.
Wrongly so. That would be a mistake. We've got a lot of really good word counts in the discussion section. If you haven't let us know your word count yet, definitely let us know. I want to say we had some questions about dialogue.
I know there was a question within the voice question about like distinctive voices in dialogue. Is that maybe what you're thinking about?
Maybe.
There was also a discussion, it wasn't so much questions, but there was a discussion earlier about like balancing different elements. Like some people were saying that they write too much dialogue. Some people write too much description. Somebody else said they write too much action and not enough dialogue or description. So I was curious, like what everyone feels like are there like strengths or weaknesses?
Write entirely too much dialogue. And I'm seeing it more now. So my first drafts are always more dialogue than anything else. That's my inspiration, is I always get like the voices in my head first. But the more I, you know, obviously the more I read and the more I'm really like looking at some of my scenes, I'm like, they're talking entirely too much and there's not enough like actual prose in there. So I definitely am one of those people that I write entirely too much dialogue and I need to scale back on later edits.
I always do a lot of prose and then dialogue that serves the function of giving information to the reader, and then I have to go back and fix all of my dialogue later. Like it's there, but it's real bad.
I'm a dialogue person. There's always so many dialogue.
So many dialogue. Many well.
I used to really struggle.
All be dialogue.
I just used to really struggle with like integrating it all. So it's like I would have like whole portions where it was a lot of description and portions where it was a lot of dialogue. And so like getting that together, which I feel like I'm better at now. And the thing I think I struggle with the most is just like describing what my characters are like thinking and doing. That's the hardest thing for me. Not so much that I don't incorporate it, but like it gets super repetitive. Like I like describe what they're doing the same way, or like they just like look at each other a lot. Like a lot of eye contact.
Are we good to do another 10-minute at the 5?
Works.
Okay. We'll do that one and then we'll maybe finish up with either a 5 or a 10, like maybe wrap up sprint.
Yeah.
Megan, I can't remember. Do we have a timer for 5 or?
I have 10, 15, and 20.
Okay.
I think by the time we get through this and chat a bit more, this might be our last one.
I was going to say I would like to chat more instead.
I am noting. We've had a couple more questions that I'm noting down. So,
if you have questions, we'll get to them after this sprint. How long did you say it was? I'm so sorry.
We're going to go with 10. That's what I.
My brain is
perfect.
It's not working anymore.
I will really quickly say there was kind of a follow-up to the sensitivity reader thing. A couple of people were asking about like fantasy, like secondary world settings, and like when you're writing like racism into that. And I think you definitely still need sensitivity readers because you probably are kind of coding that conflict in your book to real world conflicts in some way.
look at the stuff like the continents and the Black Witch.
Uh-huh.
Do your research.
Yeah, so like I would
Yeah.
still
Yeah.
find people of color who are of like races and cultures who are marginalized to do some sensitivity reading, because you could write some stereotypes into it while coding things a certain way that would still be problematic. So.
Yeah.
Because even if like you are writing a fantasy that does not have racism in it, you live in a world that does have racism in it, and it has affected you in some way. So you want to make sure that you're not messing anything up and bringing something in that should not be there.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead and go. Our prompt is going to be Twilight themed. So it's starting to get dark, and that means something very bad for your cast of characters.
Very.
Ooh.
Dun, dun, dun. Twilight Zone.
I will put that prompt in the discussion section now.
Sorry if I keep like darting out of frame, or because my cat is sitting right behind the computer and just yelling. So I have to just keep petting. Petting, come here. No. Okay.
Are we going?
I'm
Or are we
going.
waiting?
Do it.
Okay.
And time.
I knew that was coming, and it still scared the crap out of me.
Just past 4,000 words for today.
Yay!
Nice.
I don't even know how many I've gotten for the day.
I haven't written this much in well over a year.
Got
Yay. Not yay to you,
Okay.
but yay to yeah.
got 248.
Wait.
Okay, so we had a question from LR Red Writes. Can you give examples of showing versus telling? I think I'm struggling with that a bit.
I always laugh at this question because Kelly once told me that I do this, and ever since then I have noticed that I always I show a character doing something, and then I will tell the reader immediately afterwards
Oh no.
that they are doing that thing. And Kelly pointed it out once, and every time I'm like, I did that.
I honestly
Every
think that's
single
like
time.
really common in like early drafts of things.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because you know you
definitely.
need
I've
to
seen
like
it a
show
lot.
a thing, but then you also don't know if like readers are gonna pick up on it, so you tell it too.
Yeah. So I don't know if anyone can think of a like example off the top of the head, but I always do because you can apply it to almost anything, but I always do it with characters. So I'll be like, oh, I want to show that my character is mad, so I will have her slam a door or stomp out of the room, or or say like her voice is rising. And then straight away I'll accidentally show and be like, she was really mad. It's like, well,
I think
you defeated your purpose.
so. I have examples that I found during the last sprint. I do think though that there's a time for showing and a time for telling.
Yeah.
Like you don't have to explicitly state like all of the bodily functions that are happening when your character is embarrassed. Sometimes you can just say they were embarrassed. So I pulled examples of both showing and telling effectively from Witches of Ash and Ruin.
I thought you were like, I pulled examples of places Aaron did this thing again.
No, from effective showing and effective telling. And it's all at the beginning, so there's no major spoilers. So we are in a chapter where the two main characters have just met each other, or they are literally bumping into each
Fear
other.
on Aaron's face right now.
So it says the girl turned and her dark eyes flicked over Dana from her shoes to the top of her head. Moving forward, it says when Dana looked up, she felt herself blush nearly to the tips of her ears. So like right there, Aaron doesn't say like this other girl's hot and Dana thinks she's a little hot and is also embarrassed by what she's just done. But the fact that she blushed shows you that that is happening. And the fact that she like looks up shows A, Miner's tall, B, she's a little intimidated. And then telling effectively. It says, she hadn't expected Miner to give in so suddenly, and now she felt a bit silly. She'd really been ready to fight with a stranger just now over tea. And so Aaron doesn't take like 2 paragraphs to show, you know, Dana's gonna clench this tea bag and then shoulder into Miner, but you can get as much effectively across by just saying like, oh, she was about to fight over this. And so like there's times where you can do both effectively.
Clearly, I should
also
have
by
made
Witches
her...
of Ash and Ruin. By Latimer.
No. I'm going to just melt into my sweater. This is why I wore this
Always
sweater
here.
today.
Always here to embarrass my friends with promoting their books.
I think showing is particularly important in like character, because you don't want to just be telling your readers like what the like character arc is. Like you want them to see it happening. Because I think sometimes like we just hear show versus tell and we're like, do I apply that to everything? And like you do need to tell some things, especially if it isn't like super important. It's okay to just like tell your readers something and move on. But I find character is like the most important place to do it.
And with characters, what I find is done awkwardly most often. Like I can't think of any specific examples off the top of my head, but I know a lot of times when I'm reading, there'll be some telling that's telling me what the character is like, but the showing has never matched up. It's like, oh, so and so is so this, but I've never actually seen it. So it's like the author never really knew how to get that personality trait across. So it's always, all of these things happen and they're great, but I'm also telling you that this is how the character is, even though it never feels like that. So they're never quite disassociating who they thought the character was with who they actually became on the page. So when it doesn't match up, it's very noticeable.
Yeah. I think I mentioned this in a video I did a couple weeks ago, but showing versus telling is particularly, like, you have to keep an eye on it either with characters or with setting, because there's like a book that I was reading where there's like, oh, this new girl moves to a small town and starts going to high school, and they're like, the high school is so small, it's so tiny, there's only 300 students, wow, what a small campus. And then like there's pages and pages of her getting lost on campus, and I'm like, I thought it was small. Like in the first chapter you describe being able to see all the buildings, and like your first day you might get turned around a little bit, like you can't get lost if you just told me that it's a small campus.
Underestimate my friends. We're really bad with directions.
If you're thinking like, oh, maybe I'm telling too much, should I be showing? Think about the senses. 5 senses, what's happening to your character, what are they seeing, what are they smelling, what are they hearing, and usually bringing those in can help you show if you feel like you've been telling a lot, saying like, she felt sad, she went over here and felt like this.
Let's see, we had another question. This was a while back, so I apologize it took us so long to get to it. Hillary asked, how do you decide how your story will end? Do you try out several different alternate endings? Or do you figure out the one you like, then start writing it? I usually know.
I always know as well. And I know in extreme detail. And usually it takes me a while, though, to figure out what the ending is going to be. And I usually base it on whatever symbolism I'm thinking of for the story. So whatever, I like the whole like come full circle type of feel to a story. So like in Witches of Ash and Ruin, it starts with ravens crashing into a classroom, and it ends with Dana and Minor watching ravens fly away, different ravens, obviously. And then in the one I'm doing now, it starts on the steps of the school and it ends on the steps of the school, but in very different, like the characters have changed drastically, and it's a drastically different beginning and end, but it's in the same place. So that's how I like to wrap things up. Everyone's going to be different, but that can give you kind of like an idea for what your ending might be.
I like to, because I lean really towards like character driven stories. I like to start by like, when I start a book, my thinking is always, what does the character want? What do they need? Are those the same thing? And then the ending is going to be some sort of reflection on, did they get what they want and or what they need? Did what they want changed? Did they get what they need but not necessarily like so those are the questions I'm tapping back into, like, what did they want and or need at the beginning of the book, and how has that changed or been accomplished, and depending on what I'm going for, like that'll affect the ending, but that's kind of the question I like to tap into.
I once had somebody give me a critique that was like, because the last couple of lines they had highlighted and then said this wasn't the question that the story was asking, and therefore it doesn't work for your ending. And that was kind of like a lightning strike, because I was like, oh, I did ask a question and I haven't answered it. And so I don't know, that was kind of like a cool bit of
like that. Similar to what Kyra was saying, I tend to think about like where I want my characters to be, like think about that arc you want your characters to go on, and what you want them to have accomplished or lost, and how like the end of the plot can work with your character's arc as well, because those two things should be working together.
I always know emotionally where I want my characters to end. I haven't written a book in years where the mechanics of the ending didn't change drastically in revisions, but emotionally they always end where I want them to end.
I always know where they're going to end, and like how, but I don't always know how I get there at the very end, like the mechanics of it. Like I know that they're going to like defeat this like enemy, but I don't know exactly how they're going to do it.
I want to.
Like I get to the point where I think I know how it's going to end, and I'm really excited about it. But then as I'm writing, I realize that the ending it no longer works anymore. But I have already plotted myself into that corner, and that was something I was talking a little bit about earlier too, where you have to be okay with switching up some aspects of things as you go, because as you're writing, you're learning more things about your characters and about your, what their wants, what's their needs. Like Kyra said, like, are they the same thing? And it's okay to switch things up as you go down too, as long as you have an idea of where you're headed.
Yeah, I know I already plugged this event at the beginning of this thing, but Susan Dennard, Alex Bracken, the intersection of character and theme, the masterclass that they did at Y'all Write, which is going to be on YouTube at some time soon. Follow Y'all Write on Twitter to find out when. But they talked about it in a way that I found really inspiring for my book. So I thought I would share that. They talked about how your plot, you have the want versus the need. What does your character want versus what do they actually need? So, for example, Han Solo wants money. He needs like friends to get involved in something he cares about. And so you build your plot off of that. And as you throw things at your character, as they move through this plot, they keep making decisions. You kind of like increase their desperation for the thing that they want, because as the plot moves forward, they keep moving closer or farther away. It kind of ebbs and flows. And so the climax of your book is when they are the most desperate for the thing that they want. And then you give them a big moral choice, which is like, do you do A and get what you want, or do you do B and get what you need, like what your moral need is? And I found that like a lot of light bulbs went off when they were talking about that. So I don't know if that's helpful for anyone else, but
I will say also, if you are like struggling, or like you've come up with an ending and you're not totally sure if it's the right one, just start like working towards it. And what's happening to me with the book I'm writing right now is I've changed the ending several times. And whenever I come up with like a new idea for like, oh, maybe I could have it in this way, I just write down that idea. And then I let myself like think about it for a little while I'm like working on writing or revising. And then like after I've had like maybe a week to think about it, then I kind of like look at the two different endings and say, am I just coming up with new ideas because I just want to like change things, or like, is this the better ending? And so I highly recommend that if you're like constantly like thinking of, oh, I could do this, like write them all down and give yourself some time to think on it. So.
Yeah.
Did we have anything else that we like questions to answer or things we wanted to talk about?
If anybody has any last minute recommendations of books, shows, or movies with secret societies, Mia would appreciate that. But other than that, we have no other questions.
I've forgotten every book I've ever read.
Yeah, I want to like read and watch more secret societies.
Doesn't Lee Bardugo's most recent book?
Oh yeah,
no,
I
I haven't read it.
It's good.
Not YA, just
yeah, not YA.
Yeah.
The Bone Season by Samantha Shannon. Also, it's like sort of YA. It's very high concept though.
That's the only thing I can think of.
I think that one's technically adult, and the series does get significantly adult feeling later. But
Yeah, I guess
more YA and contemporary. Ally Carter Heist Society.
Yeah, that one's
classic. I'm just looking at all my books now. I've never read a book in my life. What?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. If you want like a really like fantasy one, there's a book series. It's an adult fantasy called The Invisible Library. That one's real good.
All right. Well, if that's it, I guess we're done.
I'm going to think of about 20.
Right before we get off.
Yeah. Okay. that was long and wonderful. I hope you got a lot of words written, and maybe if you were behind, got a little bit more caught up. If this was helpful and you enjoyed it, we've got more writings coming up during the month. We have a nice calendar that Des put together that's kind of on all of our social. Our next write-in is going to be this Friday at 7:30.
Nope, tomorrow at 3.
Tomorrow.
Oh boy.
Tomorrow at 3.
Oh, that's where
EST.
Am I looking at the wrong? What am I doing?
Yeah, I think you're looking at the wrong calendar.
Look,
We added this one in after.
You have the wrong calendar pinned to the Twitter, just so you know. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, because I just made the
Tomorrow.
event for that one.
Even better. We also have one on Friday, and then like a bunch next week.
Wait, so when is our write-in tomorrow?
3
Eastern. It's the one we made after our last Monday afternoon one. Was all like, so many people from Europe, we should do another one. So we did another one.
Cool.
Okay, I am making that event also. It's
Tomorrow. And then also Friday. So
at 7:30 Eastern.
At 7:30 Eastern. And then like I said, we've got more coming up next week as well. So we're going to finish out Nano strong. Please like and subscribe if you've enjoyed this. We'd love to see you come back again.
And if you want the full calendar of write-ins, you can go to our Instagram or our Twitter, which are both at Word Nerds Blog.
But the Twitter doesn't have the
I think
one.
I'm
Somebody-
updating now. I'll update it now.
Somebody asked if we were going to have another 4-hour write-in, and I don't believe we are. We're just going to
Next year.
do a bunch of
Next year.
our regular, yeah,
It's
next year.
annual for a reason.
Yeah. So our regular write-ins are usually an hour to an hour and a half, and then when we're on the NaNoWrimo channel, they're usually 1 hour.
But we've done all our Nano channel ones now, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm like,
There are a lot of hour-long write-ins on the Nano channel without us. Just
Oh, thank you so much to everyone who came. This
Yeah,
was
we-
really
This was a
awesome.
lot of fun.
Yeah,
We had some great questions tonight.
always
Okay.
more fun writing with friends.
Hope to see you guys tomorrow.
yeah, right. Oh boy.
Sure.
Bye,
All right.
everyone.